Councillor Tyrell and MMC. Yo? There's exchange of phones these days. Yo. Thank you, colleagues. We are 195, so we do correct. And I see others are still walking in. So, yeah, we according to legal, we 195. Thank you so much.
And so as we proceed to application for leave of absence.
I only received one written leave of absence from Councillor or Chairperson Mpolo Bosho that's not well. Are there any other leave of absence from the floor? Councillor Marema, then Councillor Mohab, then Councillor Avante, and then the Councillor from the IFP. Sorry, your name is difficult to read from so far. Okay, in that fashion. And then Councillor Chuera Kauti. Oh, and Councillor from the ACDP. Any other hand? So we'll go in that fashion. Thank you, and Councillor Kenny Kunene, MMC. Okay, can we start? Councillor Marema? Councillor, thank you.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When I was raising my hand, I was not actually raising it to submit leave of absence. Actually, I was trying to get your attention in trying to request for a caucus break. And I'll explain to that effect that if you have checked the council from yesterday when you were doing a roll call or checking the quorum, we were hitting below 200, but later at some point we get to over 200. So I wanted to request for a caucus break so that I can speak to my caucus in reference to the standing rules and orders of council in as far as attendance of councillors into council meeting is concerned. And I hope that request will be accepted or acceded to before we proceed with the proceedings of today. And I am hoping, without wanting to dictate to any other whip of any caucus, that perhaps they'll do likewise with their caucus in as far as or in reference to the standing rules and orders of council in as far as attendance of council is concerned. I thank you.
Let me just get clarity from you, Councillor Morema. Councillors, let me just get clarity. So you want us, before we even deal with the apologies that comes from the floor, that we grant that caucus and then we continue with the apologies. Okay, I hope it's not one of many coming. Granted.
30 minutes.
How many minutes would you want?
30.
Colleagues, can I listen to him, please? How many minutes?
30 minutes, Speaker. At your discretion, of course, but I'm asking for 30 minutes.
Can we do it 20 minutes?
100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor MMC?
Madam Speaker, just before the break, I thought, let me just say my piece. It's the 31st of July, Madam Speaker, and tomorrow is the 1st of August. I thought, let me appreciate you when the Women's Month is going to start, and all the beautiful women in this council, Echionzoku, Sifumba, all the ladies, you are beautiful. You are beautiful. Enjoy your Women's Month.
Thank you, MMC.
And Speaker, I am doing a celebration for all the women who drive Metrobus, who patch our potholes. And I've invited Section 79 of Transport to join me.
Thank you, MMC.
You are all beautiful. I love you guys. Thank you.
Can you go for the break, please? Can you go for the break, please, colleagues? Colleagues, can we go for the break? MMC, you out of order. Can you go for the break, please? You come back at 11:15 sharp, please. Please. Councillors, can we settle down? Can we get ourselves to our seats? Can we settle down? Councillor Marema, you asked for a caucus, and we went way over the time. Can we settle? Chair Nkonko. Councillor Marema.
No, thank you very much, Speaker Yonkinto Ngohlelo. I am also hoping Uguti other caucuses have reined in on the issues of attendance. Maybe if you can look at your quorum, you will see that the number you reported earlier in terms of those who are in attendance might have changed seriously. So we are good to go, and I'm hoping that going forward the attendance of councillors will be taken serious by all. Thank you.
I want to thank you, Councillor Marema, and I also want us to take it serious as this house and as councillors. We have a year planner that gives us the dates of council, and we also have time that when we give the notice out, that we need to be here at 10 and what the date is. And it seems like we just don't care about the date and the time. Thank you very much for speaking to your caucus, and I hope other WIPs has done the same to speak to the members, the councillors. It's very important that we do the right thing as far as council is concerned. Thank you so much. We are back onto our apologies. Can we then carry on where we left? We had Councillor Mogape, that was next. We ready for you?
Thank you, Speaker. Morning, everyone. From the EFF side, we've got apologies from Councillor Rasorute, study leave, Councillor Khadebe, private business, Councillor Ndwele, ill health, Councillor Mulifi, ill health, Councillor Makafule, ill health. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mogape. Okay.
Sorry, Speaker, and Councillor Ndwandwe, ill health.
Thank you, Councillor. The next was the Councillor Avante, and then it was the IFP. Councillor Avante.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. We have Councillor Mpefo and Councillor Roberts and Councillor Ahmed off ill today. We have Councillor Hoon, Brand and Peterson on Nuran Peterson on private business. I have a late arrival for Councillor Nkube. And then I have some early leaving, please. Councillor Yonker and Councillor Manisi by 7 p.m., Councillor Yonker by 3 p.m. And then I have Councillor Echio Zonjuko, Councillor Christians, Councillor Avon-Smith, Councillor Safumba, Councillor Crichton, Councillor Jacobs, Councillor Rong, Councillor Steenkamp, Councillor Depi, Councillor Degama, and Councillor Kheletsane for party business at 5:30, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Avante. Councillor from the IFP.
It's Councillor Manganye, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Maganya.
We've got 3 apologies. Firstly, from Councillor Makuba, late arrival. Councillor Kanyile is out of the province on private business. And also the IFP caucus is asking to leave at 5 o'clock if you are not done by then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It is then Councillor from ACDP.
Shalom, shalom, Speaker and all councillors. Leave of absence from Councillor Harris, private business. Thank you.
Councillor Green from Action SA.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Speaker. For late arrivals, we've got Councillor Edwards, Councillor Muklala, and then ill health, Councillor Gansho, and for early departure at 1:30, Councillor Bini. Thank you.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Speaker. Just at 1:30, I will need to be excused for an hour, and then again it's 4:30, excused for an hour for party business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Councillor Marema, is that apologies now?
Yes, thank you very much. I've got the following apologies. MMC Mnisi to arrive late, MMC Finance to arrive late, Councillor Mazibukwana, ill health, Councillor Ngwenya and Councillor Francisco coming or arriving late, Councillor Zeik Smate, ill health, Councillor Yoliswa it's also off sick. So those are the apologies I am submitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillors. Councillor Caldine.
Thank you, Speaker. Apologies for the PA, Councillor Lewis, ill health, Councillor Dwayne Ponson be leaving at 3 p.m. and MMC Kenny Kunene leaving at 11:30. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillors. I just want to say that if you feel you are not well or you have a cough or something, make sure that you have a mask. Can we please do that and also continue using sanitizer? Thank you. Can we then approve the apologies as submitted? Thank you.
We move to official notices.
There's no official notices today?
Councillors, we proceed to recommendations to council.
MMC Masuku? Executive Mayor?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just needed clarity because the reports and the recommendations were already tabled yesterday. Just clarity on that, Madam Speaker, and good morning to you.
Yeah, we will open in committee now again because that's where we left yesterday. So we'd ask for screens to be off. We would ask for everybody in the gallery. Can you excuse us? Can I have some tea outside? All those in the gallery? And we mean all those in the gallery. This side, that side, that side. If you are in the gallery, you leave, please. Thank you. There's some tea downstairs. You can have tea. Is that one of Councillor Dami, your hand is up.
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker was saying what might be the delay because the manner in which we're moving very slow. Can we start? We've got a lot to do for today.
Councillor Dami, we are just about to start. We still have amendments to the items, so we also needed to put in that. We are starting.
Councillors, in the in-committee items, item 103, and the following are the recommendations: that the disciplinary proceedings be instituted against Mr. Khan, and second recommendation that the city manager is authorized to appoint an independent and an external presiding officer or chairperson, and an officer to lead to lead evidence, the initiator, and to sign the letters of appointment for both chairperson and the initiator. In committee reports, in committee recommendation.
Secretary, can you just hold on? Councillor Christians, we are
Associated with the irregular award of a panel of companies for provision of security services in 2018-19 financial year that was allegedly appointed following a bid evaluation process that was non-compliant with the supply chain management regulations and the COJ supply chain management policy. Further, the preliminary investigation also includes subsequent extensions of the panel of companies to provide security service that were non-compliant with the requirements of the MFMA National Treasury Circular 62, either 15% price variation, but exceeded this threshold. 10.3.2, Council approves that the disciplinary board conducts a preliminary investigation into the alleged acts of financial misconduct related to the in occurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure from a fine issued by the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development due to non-compliance by the city officials with National Environmental Management Act. 10.3.2, Council approves that the Disciplinary Board conducts a preliminary investigation into the alleged acts of financial misconduct that resulted in fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where the SA Revenue Services found that the city had not complied with the Republic of South African Income Tax Act by failing to deduct the pay-as-you-earn tax or tax levies when the officials left the employment of the city, resulting in the employer paying the tax obligations on behalf of its former employees. Recommendation 10.3.4, Council approves that the Disciplinary Board conducts a preliminary investigation into alleged acts of financial misconduct that resulted in fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where the city incurred expenditure for unused SIM cards that were preloaded with data and utilized for a period approximately 3 months, and this was during the transition period from the previous contract to then the new award. Recommendation 10.3.5, that Council approves that the Disciplinary Board conducts a preliminary investigation into alleged acts of financial misconduct that resulted in fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to payments to the service providers for fire and rescue vehicles prior to delivery thereof. And recommendation 10.3.6, that Council approves the Disciplinary Board conducts a preliminary investigation into the alleged acts of financial misconduct related that had resulted in fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to payments for SAP software licenses that were not brought into use, and therefore the city paid for unutilized products. And also recommendation 10.4, that it be noted that the Disciplinary Board is required to comply with the approved terms of reference in carrying out of its duties and shall therefore report to Council through city's reporting protocol. And lastly, 10.5, that it be noted that the Disciplinary Board is required to comply with the approved terms of reference of the MPEC and report on the progress of referred incidents. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. There we have the recommendations read into record. We now go to the last HR item. Can we also ask that all the reports are collected? Can you place it on your on the top of your table so that it can be collected, and we do that silently? You just need to take your report and do that. That's all we do.
We are now, councillors, on item 102, which is acting arrangements for senior managers. That's for your section 56 employees.
Councillor Ran from the DA. Item 102.
Good day, Madam Speaker, DA leadership, members of council and esteemed guests. We gathered today to discuss the report that ought to set off alarm bells for every member of this council. The acting arrangements for senior managers, section 56. The Democratic Alliance stands in staunch opposition to this report presented by the ruling ANC coalition government. We are here to voice our profound concerns, not just as a matter of political difference, but as a critical alert to the dire state of our city's governance. This report claims to align with the strategic priority of good governance. However, the reality it exposes is far from that. It details the current vacancies of acting arrangements for senior managers positions. These are not minor roles. They are not linchpins in our city's administration. These are the very positions that ensure the smooth functioning of our services. The fact that we are discussing a report focused solely on senior managers should be terrifying to everybody in the chamber. It highlights a deeper systematic issue. Our city is adrift, lacking stable leadership at its highest levels. We have 21 senior manager positions directly reporting to the city manager, of which 8 are currently vacant. 8. The revolving door of acting arrangements is a glaring red flag. It is a temporary solution that undermines the stability and continuity necessary for effective governance. This chaotic state is not just a bureaucratic hiccup. It is a crisis that threatens the very foundation of our city's operations. The key issues we've identified are group head communications and marketing. No appointment has been made for this critical position for almost 16 months. The lack of leadership in communication hampers our ability to effectively engage and communicate with our residents, leaving the city without a coherent voice in times of crisis when we need it most. Economic development. The incumbent has been on special leave since October 2023, 9 months without a report to the council on the progress. This prolonged absence without accountability is unacceptable. Furthermore, the ever-increasing salary bill threatens future retrenchments, forcing us to divert funds from essential services for delivery, as the municipality must allocate at least 25% of the budget to this end. Group head legal and contracts. The incumbent has also been on special leave, but this one since 2022, and was seconded to the private office of the executive mayor. How is it possible that one can be seconded when you're on special leave? And again, no progress report has been shared. The legal department is integral to maintaining lawful and ethical governance within the city and to avoid compromises which could set our city at high stakes of vulnerability. This report on senior managers is both telling and frightening. It suggests the city's administration in disarray, struggling to maintain even the most basic leadership structures. If the top echelon of our city's management is in such a disarray, what does it say about the state of the governance throughout the rest of the city? This should scare everybody in this council chamber. We are witnessing a leadership vacuum that permeates the entire system, with potentially catastrophic consequences for service delivery and public trust. The report also exposes serious legal and procedural flaws. The repeated use of acting arrangements, often extended beyond the legally permissible 3 months, without proper MEC approval, raises questions about the administration's adherence to the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000 and the Municipal Systems Amended Act 2022. This blatant disregard for legal procedure is not just a technical oversight, it's a breach of trust with the citizens we serve, and seems to be a trend that is ongoing in this council chamber. The financial implications are staggering. We are already strained by an escalating salary bill that cannot continue unchecked, especially when it leads to potential retrenchments and a reduction in the service delivery. The council must demand clarity on how these acting arrangements are funded and the long-term financial strategy for these critical positions is corrected. It is not enough to merely note the contents of this report. The Democratic Alliance calls for immediate action. Expedite the permanent appointments of qualified individuals to these critical senior management positions. Ensure all appointments and acting arrangements are fully compliant with legal requirements. Provide regular, transparent updates to the council and the public on the status of these positions and the city's leadership structures. In conclusion, we are at a tipping point. The lack of stable leadership is not just a managerial inconvenience. It is a governance crisis that threatens the very functioning of the city. The council must not stand idly by while the foundation of our city's administration crumbles. We must act decisively, demand accountability, and restore stable and confidence in our government structures at senior level, led by competent, fit-for-purpose people within departments we are in dire need of fixing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ran. Councillor Mofokeng from the ANC.
Thank you once again, Speaker. Speaker, there's no leadership crisis in the GLU. We must just put that up front. There's no leadership crisis in the GLU. Now, the leadership of the city is bringing the report to all of us. And I wonder, how do we read this kind of report? Because we can't just stand up and say there's a leadership crisis. The report tells you that there are no financial implications here. Somebody who stands up and says there are problems, there are financial implications. No, there are no financial implications. There are no constitutional implications in the report. As the African National, as the ANC, we note and support this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mofokeng. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning again. Madam Speaker, I would have thought that the Democratic Alliance Caucus would actually commend the government of local unity, because when we took over, the vacancy rate was sitting at 69% under the leadership of the then multi-party government. Yesterday, we also demonstrated our commitment to making sure there's stable leadership and closing the gap and making sure that there's no vacuum. So you see, under the leadership of the city manager, Mr. Floyd Warren Brink, there is a commitment to make sure that there's a functional EMT. And there's nothing wrong, even if you are in front of the residents, to say, well done, government of local unity, for filling some of these Section 56 positions. It doesn't take anything away from you. You don't always have to just be critical, because there is work that we are doing. So you can actually clap for us. And I think that should be the spirit of this council. When good is done, commend the good. Where there is criticism to be done, criticize. Your concerns are noted. Yes, there were challenges with economic development, rightfully so, and you are correct to raise it. And the matter, we are dealing with it internally, because the particular candidate has taken a process that is being undertaken by the city manager. And when that report is done, we'll bring it to council. We do have a process with the group head of legal. Currently, there's an acting Mr. Sikhala, capable. We are already done. The panel has finished their processes. We're just waiting for the vetting report. In the August council meeting, we will be bringing further Section 56 recruitment reports. And you can again say, well done, government of local unity. The report is for noting. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on pages 10211. Is the item agreed to? It's noted. Thank you.
Councillors, also on the HR items, we are also looking at item 94, which is an implementation of notice 4897 of the 30th May 2024 on upper limits of remuneration packages payable to municipal managers and managers directly accountable to the municipal managers.
Councillor Cook is number 1 on the agenda, on the speaking list. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Speaker. We note the report. You can proceed.
Okay. The next speaker is Councillor Councillor Chuma.
All right, no, thank you, Speaker. Okay, thank you, Speaker. As Action SA, taking into consideration the financial implications of the proposed increases being already budgeted for 2023-2024, and a minimal amount there for 1,199,501 rand and 39 cents for 2024 financial year. We note this report. Thank you.
Councillor Ran from the DA.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Where there is positive, I will always give positive. I did that yesterday. But today, unfortunately, the items I'm speaking on have got to be noted in the grave concern that they should be. So greetings again to everybody in the council chamber. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, we are implemented today with a report that we need to implement for notice 4897 of 30 May 2024, which is regarding the upper limits of remuneration packages for senior municipal managers, including the city manager. While this report is for noting, and I understand that, the Democratic Alliance must voice our vehement opposition and deep concern at implementing this at this current moment, especially in the dire financial situation that we find ourselves in. Johannesburg is in shambles. We face rampant water and power outages, crumbling infrastructure, and a steady decline of service delivery. Under the leadership currently, the city's management has failed its residents time and time again. Yet here we are, rewarding failures with substantial salary increases. That is not just a misjudgment, it's a slap in the face of every resident struggling with the consequences of this mismanagement. It's a city in crisis, yet salary hikes for failures. The city's finances are in disarray. Just last week, we had to approve a staggering 2 billion rand loan to keep the city afloat. And now the proposal suggests using even more public funds to line the pockets of senior managers who have not met their key performance indicators. And in any competent organization, these individuals would have been dismissed long ago, not rewarded with a salary increase. This is fiscal irresponsibility at its worst. Let's be clear, the funds to support these salary increases are not just magically going to be available. The city's budget is already stretched, with essential services suffering as a result. We are also in the midst of negotiations regarding salary and wage increases for all other municipal employees, including crucial benefits like pension contributions and medical aids. With every additional rand allocated to these unnecessary increases for senior managers, we risk the well-being and livelihood of our essential workers and the quality of services provided to our residents, as the money's got to come from somewhere. So what, are we looking at lower senior officials being dismissed further down the line in order to cover these salary increases? Or will we just cut the OPEX spending in order to cover those? The current city manager and his failed team have presided over a period of unprecedented decline. The evidence is clear. They have failed to meet their targets, and under their watch, the city is crumbling. It is morally and ethically indefensible to reward incompetence with higher salaries. We are not just talking about mismanagement. We are witnessing a complete collapse of leadership, and yet instead of accountability, we are implementing a pay rise. This is gross betrayal of public trust. The Democratic Alliance cannot sit by and do this. We cannot note this report and the proposed salary increases for senior city officials. We demand to halt the implementation of this report until there is a thorough review of the city's financial health and a complete reassessment of the performance of our senior managers. It is time to stop the wasteful spending and prioritize the needs of Johannesburg. Our city's future cannot be held hostage by a leadership that has failed to deliver. We call on the city to reject this report and focus on stabilizing our finances, improving service delivery, and holding leadership accountable. We must stop rewarding failure. Mediocrity is not acceptable. We are supposed to be the beacon of Africa. At the moment, we can't keep the lights on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ran. Councillor Nhlapo from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Nhlapo is not here. I'll be representing here. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF on his absentia, Petlela Raserute, Chief Whip of the EFF, Tabisa Mokhapi, not forgetting the 29 Battalion of the EFF. I greet you all in the name of expropriation of land without compensation. As the EFF, we know the report.
Thank you, Councillor Nhlapo. Councillor S. Nguze from the ANC.
Good morning, Speaker and fellow councillors. To be quite candid, Speaker, this is a very sensitive item. We are dealing with the individuals who must develop a strategy for the city of Johannesburg to bring back commerce, to address the unemployment related issues, to do away with the aging infrastructure, the aging city of gold, the brains of the city. But I must be honest, Speaker, that one is not even happy with the outlook of the city of Johannesburg. We can't sit here and pretend as if things are fine. Things are not fine out there. And we must be frank. I'm raising this thing, Speaker, precisely. I'm a resident of this ward. Just go to Region F there. There's a massive pothole. Officials are jumping that pothole because a councillor must report, a councillor must avail the reference number. Where is consciousness there? I don't want to say it's mediocre, but honestly speaking, we can't just pretend as if things are fine. Colleagues, and I wish no one will personalize this thing. We get insulted on a daily basis as councillors, as if we are ones who must develop a turnaround strategy of the city. Yet we are just a bridge between the administration and the community. And I'm saying this thing because this is a very personal matter. I'm saying this thing in council. The Pick and Pay in Newtown is about to leave because of crime. No. I don't want people.
Councillor,
you were given an opportunity to speak.
Just hold on.
Just
Councillor
protect
Nkuse,
me.
Just hold on. I don't think the councillors, I don't think Councillor Nkuse mentioned any political party. So whoever is screaming there, the EFF, please don't do that. Don't do that. Yes, Councillor Mpatlela.
Thank you, Speaker. We're rising on a point of order to a fellow, this councillor, the dark one there, Munyai. Economic Freedom Fighter is a militant revolutionary organization which has never been afraid to take anybody on. You must ask the Guptas. So Munyai is nothing, and he must never compare EFF with any criminal activities.
Thank you, Councillor.
So we are asking him politely to withdraw, because taking it personally like we did to the former speaker is not a problem also.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, I think the councillor has pointed who you are. Can you please withdraw? Can you please withdraw?
Thanks, Speaker. I withdraw.
Thank you. Councillor Nkuse, can you carry on? Okay, councillors, it's done. Councillor?
Thank you, Speaker. And I must reiterate, Speaker, that I hope no one will leave here offended or personalizing what I'm raising. And it is.
Councillor, a point of order on a point of order. No, Councillor, what is it? Councillor, I've recognized you, and if it's a point of order, can you stand, please?
Thank you so much, Speaker. It's a point of order against the EFF councillor just called another councillor the dark one. There's no dark one here.
No, Councillor, no. No, that's not, no.
Withdraw the dark one. It's
Councillor
simple.
Nguze? Councillor Nguze, can you carry on? Can you carry on, Councillor Nguze? Councillor of the EFF councillors, please. Councillors, please. Please.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm still saying, Speaker, I hope and pray that no one will leave this chamber offended. No one will leave this chamber thinking it may be that he or she was under attack. But we must be factual. We must be factual. We must raise issues without fear or favor. I'm standing here, Speaker, next few meters away, there is a GT that was completed in 2019, to date not commercialized. Residents are asking the councillor, you are getting your salary every month. What about us? I don't have answers. I'm sitting with ablution facilities not far from this council, meters away. To date, taxpayers' money was wasted, and to date, they are not open for public. Must I say things are normal? There's no way. There's no way. There must be consequence management for individuals who are not adhering to their job output. And we can't be apologetic about that. As I'm standing here, now I must increase this thing. It must be value for man. It must be value for man. And I'm raising this thing, Speaker. My heart is bleeding. My heart is bleeding. But because one understands that the living conditions dictate that at least R1 must be added in your salary, we shall do so. But they must never think, even if they're live, they must never think that we are happy with the outlook of the city of Johannesburg. They must never think we are happy with them failing to perform their duties, with them on a daily basis in meetings that are not talking to the real issues on the ground. They must never think we are happy, and we will never buy anyone's face. We are tired as councillors. We get blamed, and we are told that we are here for 5 years. You will leave us. We are here. We are administration. Not in our lifetime. Not in our lifetime. Not in our lifetime. You know, Speaker, I think I earn 400K or less than that per annum. On top of that, you will find a household that says, can you buy a meal for me? As a council, I get insulted on a daily basis. Then someone earns 2 million plus per annum, but will jump a robot here and say the councillor must report. I, colleagues, never. We must never play with the lives of councillors. However, city manager, as the chief administrator, and these individuals are reporting to you, we need a turnaround strategy. If there's an opportunity for us to come and make inputs, we will do so. No one will tell us about NQF7, we have them. We have NQF7. No one will tell us that we are in these positions because we went to school. Who did not go to school? Who didn't go to school? We are not going to be intimidated by NQF 11-7. Not at all. We want to make a strategic contribution to change the outlook of the city of Johannesburg. We can't have tax collectors on a daily basis. However, with that being said, Somlom, Kageskale Natis this thing of senior managers, their cases taking years to be concluded. That is why we'll never get it right. A junior employee, a case is concluded within 3 months. They are quick to tell that there's a police, let's revoke the police. What are the time frames? 3 months concluded. We're sitting here now. Reports were telling us some of the guys were suspended. It's been years. Yes. Just because he's a senior manager. Must do away with these things. Must do away with these things. I'm hurt. But I'm approving this increase. But I'm hurt. This is a border session. This is a border session. I must border in this platform. I can't be insulted on a daily basis. I can't be insulted on a daily basis. I can't. I'm refusing. I'm not. I'm not. No one will personalize this. We are still colleagues. We love each other. That is why we are saying get your increase. Thank you.
MMC, are you calling a point of order? I'm not sure. MMC Twako's hand is up. And
Speaker, if your colonizers are happy with you, you must know that you're doing something wrong.
I didn't get that, Councillor. I didn't get that. Councillor Belinda? Councillors,
Madam Speaker.
Councillors, I didn't get what Councillor Twako said, but I'll find him in Aldo's.
Madam Speaker, I just want to say, for the first time we can commend that we all stand together, because as a ward councillor, everything that Councillor Nguse said, we are subjected every single day with danger. Thank you very much.
MMC Masuku?
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillors, please, it's done now.
Section 72(2)A of local government allows COCTA to make regulations and consultation with the Minister of Finance and the Minister for Public Service and Administration, and the MEC is responsible for government and organized local government. And of course, this must be done before the 31st of March to determine the upper limits of the total remuneration packages payable to municipal managers and managers directly accountable to the municipal manager. So the report is not a report of Loyiso Masuku as an individual. It's not a report of the Mayor Kabelo Kwamanda as an individual. But it must come to council and it must be processed, and it has followed all due processes. And I do want to say that we all acknowledge that the city has got financial challenges, but we must also acknowledge the fact that there's inflation, CPIX, so if upper limits are determined the same way it's done for us as councillors, and it comes here usually in December for us to approve it, I think it's just the correct thing to do. And the city's finances, Madam Speaker, through you, just to make it clear, we found them collapsed already as the government of local unity. So it's incorrect for any councillor to cast aspersions on us. We're trying to fix it. We're working very hard, and I think we are well on our path to do that. And we ask council to approve the report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on page 94.6 to 94.7. Is the item agreed to? It's noted, thank you.
Councillors, we are on item 95, and that's the war for wage increase. That's for the staff of remuneration in the city of Johannesburg.
Councillor Cook, M. Cook, I think is left as he's had asked to leave. Councillor Chuma.
All right, now, ni kansankarunga nyika ona speaker.
Just hold on, Councillor Chuma. Can I get a bit of quietness on my right hand side? Please. Right, Councillor Chuma.
All right, now, thank you, Speaker, and kansankarunga nyika ona. And then I greet you, the executive, councillors, residents of the city, guests in the gallery, and of course, the fabulous 44 under the capable leadership of our caucus leader, Nupushem Tembu. Speaker, we note this report and its annexures from A to S. We do so with clear understanding in terms of what it seeks to achieve when it comes to issues of remuneration disparity. Among other pressing issues, with the African employee population being paid below the minimum of the salary scale. What put us at ease is the consideration of implementation of being based on the availability of funds, and as this will holistically cost the city 10.389 billion, but only 1.7 million in line with the political facilitated agreement will be implemented for the 2024-2025 financial year, as opposed to full implementation, still based on the availability of funds. Speaker, on the best interest of time, as I close, allow me to give special attention to Annexure C, the QUESEP Eagle model. As Action SA, we are concerned about head of the eagle, the executive, in particular the mayor. Using the eagle, using the analogy to personify what is currently happening in the city, the eagle has used its mouth, part of the head, to swallow what it can't chew. As a result, the city is experiencing problems, which leads, as a result, okay, no, I'm sorry, there, let me come. The eagle has used its mouth, part of the head, to swallow what it can't chew. As a result, it's experiencing problems in the esophagus, resulting in poor implementation and disastrous situation the city finds itself in. It is for this reason the civil society calling the operation of this eagle head, which as Action SA we stand in solidarity with. Thank you.
Councillor Ran from the DA, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to all my esteemed colleagues in the council. Okay, it's the last time you have to hear, no, second last time you have to hear from me today. Today we stand at a critical junction yet again. It's all the negative ones that I've got to speak on. The war for wages increase, the state of remuneration in the city of Johannesburg. This report has been presented, but it's a glaring example of how far removed from reality our city's leadership has become. It's not just a document, it's a testament to the blatant disregard for legality, financial prudence, and the very principles of good governance. Let's start with the legality, or rather the illegality, of these negotiations. The process blatantly disregards Section 21 and 27 of the Labour Relations Act, as the city has failed to engage with both IMATU and SAMU, the legally recognised unions. This omission is not just a procedural hiccup, it's a direct violation of labour laws. Furthermore, the city manager's delegation of this official duties to Mr. Ndu is an overreach that should alarm every member of this council. Some of these things need to be taken seriously, and some negotiations are important for us to be handling ourselves. Such actions are not just inappropriate, they're a clear breach of the law and undermine the integrity of the city's governance. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. The staggering 10 billion cost of implementing the proposed PFA. The city does not have that kind of money, and the report offers no clarity on where these funds will magically appear from. Are we expected to sacrifice essential services, dig deeper into the pockets of the already burdened residents of Johannesburg, or plunge the city into further debt? Because the money's got to come from somewhere. Just last week, we approved an additional 2 billion rand loan, which was meant for service delivery. Was that misleading, or is it actually going to service deliveries? The finances are already in dire straits, yet this administration is proposing a financial black hole with no clear plan or accountability of how to get out of those. The city is drowning. This report is riddled with ambiguity. It seeks approval for an undefined plan with no clear implementation strategy or funding source. This is not governance. It's a gamble with the city's future. The lack of transparency and accountability is staggering. This item should be withdrawn immediately. It must be subjected to rigorous scrutiny by the Section 79 committees to ensure that any decision made is based on solid ground, not just hollow promises and wishful thinking. The situation is further exacerbated by the ongoing institutional review, which seems to have been conveniently ignored. Salary adjustments must be based on graded positions and accurate job descriptions. Yet we find ourselves footing 59 million rand bill for 130 reappointed employees languishing in an excess pool of already 2,000 people that nobody wants to employ, that sit at home and gain a salary every month. This is a gross mismanagement of resources, and yet again another slap in the face of all the hardworking taxpayers of Johannesburg that have to just keep forking into their pockets and pulling out money that they are not earning anymore. In conclusion, the report is a travesty. It's a stark reminder of the incompetence and mismanagement plaguing our city under the current leadership. There is absolutely no regard for the residents of Joburg. We are driving businesses out of the city of Joburg. We are driving homeowners out of the city of Joburg because people cannot afford to live here or do business here anymore. We have burdened them to the extent that they are not able to make a comeback. The Democratic Alliance cannot, in good conscience, support this proposal. It's legally dubious, financially reckless, and ethically bankrupt. We call for the report to be rejected outright and for a comprehensive, lawful, and financially responsible plan to be brought forward. Joburg deserves better. We deserve a government that respects law, values transparency, and the well-being of our residents over reckless financial experiments. It's time for this council to stand up together, all of us as public reps, irrespective of political allegiance, and say enough is enough. Let's work towards a real solution for the future of Johannesburg. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ran. Councillor Nhlapo from the EFF. EFF, I think there's a change. It's Councillor Baloy. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the Chief Whip of the 29 Battalion, our MMC, Speaker, our Mayor, and all your executive committee members, not forgetting all councillors representing the poor of the poorest. Workers of Johannesburg City, I salute you. I raise on item 95, the war against wage increase, the state of remuneration in Johannesburg City. Speaker, allow me to quote from my president, quote, as it states, open quote, the farms that you live in will be yours for free. When mine workers strike, it will be to complain that we are giving them too much money. Employees of the city have kept quiet about state of remuneration for many years. Trade unions have tried their best to address this matter, but met with divide and rule strategy. Let us not allow another Solomon Mahlangu blood to spare for nothing. The workers of Johannesburg deserve the right remuneration to be paid to them. We have witnessed them to come forward and strike in this council. Most of their grievances fall into deaf ears. But as economic freedom fighters, we are saying that enough is enough. A happy employee is a productive employee. Same applies to Joburg City employee. Without paying them enough, they will never perform their duties up to the best. The economic freedom fighters stand here to say, we acknowledge the report, we note the report, and we approve this report. 90% of these people are people that comes from the poor background. Without them getting increment, they won't be able to pay this amount of money that is demanded. Increment is there every time and again. We see 200 rand increase on electricity. We accept that, but we are here standing up to say it's ridiculous, this amount that must be paid to these people. Africa is no longer a dark continent. There's a light in Africa. Economic freedom fighters note this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Baloy. Councillor S. Nguze from the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. These are bargaining units employees, Speaker, who are managed by their line managers, and it's only line managers who must make sure that they perform their job output. So it will be unfair for one to really speak a lot on this item. All we want to see is consequence management from those who have executive powers. So we are indeed supporting the reports presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nguze. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Speaker. The inputs from councillors are noted, but I think it's important to put into context that this historic injustice that has been happening to employees needs to be corrected, and it requires the political will. We must have the political will to make sure that people are remunerated for the work that they do. Whether they are a cleaner, a driver, a clerk, a metropolis officer, a nurse, an ops manager, but their salary scales and their notch must be in line with what they do and in line with a grade 10 municipality, which the city of Johannesburg is. The grading was done, but salaries, people's salaries were never adjusted. Secondly, we even went through a benchmarking exercise to look at other municipalities in terms of how remuneration is done. We also looked at the MEs so that we make sure that everybody, we are able to achieve parity when it comes to salaries and their notches. And this process, we are not saying it's going to be able to be concluded overnight. Of course, we know the financial challenges. We don't have the money. That is why the recommendation is very clear to say that the city's processes must be utilized to establish how we will be able to make sure that we fund this particular notch adjustment. So we've got what all councillors know about the Budget Steering Committee, which will have to look at this, and we have to agree on the plans and how many years it can take us to get this. And affordability also means that this implementation has to be subject to the principles of sustainability, which will take into account in totality the socio-economic and the factors that affect the city. So we are not just going to be focused on only just making sure that the salaries are there and ignore every other factor that surrounds this. And I must say, we also did benchmarking with the city of Cape Town, city of Tshwane, and there are other municipalities like Ekurhuleni, and their remuneration is in line with metropolitans. The city of Johannesburg has not been, and it is time so that to ensure we have proper sound labor stability in our organization, we must be able to make sure that a person is paid for the work that they do at the level which they are supposed to be paid. So that is why we are bringing this report to council. Of course, I'm not surprised that there would be those who would not support, because in the main, you are correct, councillor, from the EFF, that this actually affects the lower level employees in the main. So we are not surprised that there would be those who would not want them to be at a proper level, because they must always be a second-class citizen, and they must never get remuneration that is due to them. Those days are over. The government of local unity is going to make sure that people get what is due to them. We ask council to approve the report.
Thank you, MMC Masuku. The recommendations are on pages 95.20 to 95.21. Is the item agreed to? Colleagues, the yeses have it. Raadslid Christians.
Baie dankie, beampte voorsitter. Can we also, please, in terms of Rule 84, please note the dissent of the Democratic Alliance to this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christians. It's noted as such.
Councillors, that concludes our escalated items. We now revert to the first item under the recommendations to council, which reads as follows. Item 1 is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for the 2023-24 financial year for the period January to March 2024. Read together with item 2, which would be the performance assessment report for the Joburg City Theatre for the 2023-24 financial year for the period January to March 2024. Lastly, read together with item 3, that is an oversight report of the Section 79 Community Development Committee on the 2023-24 third quarter performance assessment report of the Johannesburg City Theatre, Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo financial year for the period January to March 2024.
Councillors, we are starting with this one. We're going to finish this item and then we'll go for lunch at 2 and then we come back. We have Councillor, Member in Charge, Councillor J. Mokome.
Good day and thank you, Madam Speaker. Oversight report on the Section 79 Community Development on the third quarter oversight report of the community developments entities, Joburg City Theatres and Joburg City Parks and Zoo, 2023-24 financial year. Speaker, I present the third quarter oversight report for the Department of Community Developments entities for the 2023-2024 financial year. Speaker, you'll note that once again, the report being tabled solely focuses on the department's entities and not on the department. Similar to the previous quarter, the committee took a stance of deferring the department's report until our engagement with the department is thorough and complete. On the entities, the committee noted the positive performance of the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo, JPCZ, wherein out of 15 targets, 12 were achieved and 3 were not achieved. The committee did express concern on underreporting on some aspect of JPCZ. This is currently augmented by committee in intensifying its oversight visits activities. Speaker, the committee also noted the 98% performance of Johannesburg City Theatres, JCT, wherein only 1 out of 25 targets was not achieved. Notably, the committee welcomed the entity's increased revenue by 10.5 million. In conclusion, Speaker, I recommend that Council approves the 2023-2024 second quarter performance report for the entities of Department of Community Development, which are Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo, as well as the Johannesburg City Theatres, noting the above mentioned observations. I thank you.
Thank you, Member in Charge. I don't think Councillor Cook is back, so we'll move to Councillor Smith of the Freedom Front Plus.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I rise on item 1, which is the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo. Things have not been easy for the city parks and for zoo, but under the circumstances, they have been trying to overcome the financial issues that they've been experiencing. They've had to deal with budget cuts, and if you take an overall performance, they've done very well. However, as there's no report for community development, I must raise concern that for a second time the committee had to reject their quarterly report. This cannot be allowed to continue because the substandard reports that have been submitted to the committee as basically take it or leave it. If one looks at the whole situation in the department, I'm aware that JPC is playing a major part in the problems that community developments are having. And it's time that the executive actually took action against JPC. The rec centers are falling to pieces. The swimming pools are in disgusting state. We did, the Section 79 did a tour last week. And if the photographs that were obtained from the swimming pools, if that is what the standards are, we are in serious trouble because we're never going to be able to financially be able to afford to rectify the damage that's been done to our facilities. I think that action needs to be taken against the Community Development Department. And the fact that 2 reports in a row have had to be rejected. And then when they answer us, the arrogance in the way that they answer the committee, It needs to be dealt with a matter of urgency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor L. Mazibuko.
Madam Speaker, let me thank and appreciate this opportunity and also extend my gratitude to the formidable caucus leader of the Democratic Alliance, Belinda Ichozonjoko, and Nikki Ryan, my chief whip. Thank you very much, Speaker, for this opportunity. Now, the first step of being a good doctor is having the ability to diagnose the problem earnestly and honestly. Being thorough and honest in our assessment does not make us hopeless and negative. In fact, it makes us to be real and purposeful. If we plan and strategize based on false diagnosis, unfortunately, we'll only doom ourselves even further. Now, with that being said, I want to commend the chairperson of the committee for correctly contextualizing the issues and also pointing out the failures and the shortcomings that, of course, they are rated by the department. We really appreciate an honest assessment. And what we do actually want to also commend the chairperson on is also the sterling leadership that he is able to provide in making sure that we all hold the executive into account. Councillor Smith, indeed, he was correct in actually pointing out the substandard reports that we are receiving. I think we're able to also get to a point where we thresh out some of the issues that were raised, and there was also an undertaking that those issues will be addressed. But I do have an amendment on the oversight report, which is the third one, the item 3 of the oversight report. Perhaps if the member in charge can also look at it. When you look at page 9 on 3.9, the recommendation does not speak to the body of the report. It speaks about the quarters, the second quarter and the third quarter, yet they are not incorporated in the body of the report itself. If that can also be corrected so that when it's read on the record, it is actually a correct reflection of that report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mazibuko. Councillor L. Samonse is not in. Councillor D. Dladla from the EFF.
Speaker, the leader of the EFF in absentia here in council, Fighter Sipetlele Raserute, the 26 July movement, our chief whip, 29 councillors of the EFF, and the House at large. I greet you in high spirit, Speaker, because this is the month of the EFF. We still wish our organization a happy birthday. May it grow, may it be strong, and may it multiply. Because in it we belong, in it we believe fully, because we know it is the vehicle to take our people to the promised land, the land of economic freedom fighters. Speaker, I want to, on behalf of the EFF, welcome the appointment of the ED in our department, which is the Department of Community Development. Speaker, I stand here to speak on item 1, 2, and 3. First and foremost, we would like to acknowledge and extend our appreciation to the MMC and the entity itself, JCPZ, for the following reasons. Number 1, for listening to us regarding the issue of long traveling distances to cemeteries, as they are already working on a plan to open a cemetery around Fine Town in Ward 7. For listening to us, MMC, in taking care of a dormant cemetery of Poriki, and also for considering reusing it. Regarding safety in our parks, for opening up to the idea of employing people who are neighboring to our parks. As we say, Speaker in isiZulu, akuna soka nelaseci. We would, however, wish to highlight the following, which we believe must be corrected. That the service providers on the panel of social burial be paid on time, because the delays in payment is likely to have a serious impact on their businesses and by extension to service delivery. When dealing with homeless, the entity must not be punitive. When responding to homeless occupying the parks, we must not first call the police before engaging human settlement for a purpose of an alternative accommodation because they are also human beings, and more especially they are our people. Generally, Speaker, in JCT we are dealing with an entity that is forever outperforming itself. We can talk about, in the same line as Johannesburg market, of MMC Nomoya. We can talk about it in the same line as the tactical response unit of MMC Mqeni. We can talk about it in the same line as food resilience unit of MMC Makafula. You allocate budget to JCT, they spend it satisfactory, but the cherry on top is that they make money for themselves, for the department and the city. Now, because of their proven capacity to perform, it is now about time that they increase their KPIs. Kula EFF, kula.
Thank you, Councillor Tata. Councillor S. Molifi from the ANC.
Hey, leader. No, thank you very much, Speaker. Let me greet the Chief Whip of Councillor Tembiso Zungu.
Councillor.
The Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Tapelo Kwamanda. The ANC Leader of Caucus, Councillor Sillo Enoch Dada.
The Mayor's Councillor Kabelo Kwamanda.
Hey, Speaker, no thanks. Speaker, let me greet Mayor.
Can we be assisted with those mics? It's now the second one on his side.
Speaker, no thanks, Speaker. Let me greet the ANC Leader of Caucus, Councillor Sillo Enoch Dada Morero in his absentia, members of the Mayoral Committee, councillors of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media.
IT, please. Is there a roving?
Yes, Speaker. No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, let me congratulate Councillor Mlungisi Mabaso on being appointed the new MMC for Human Settlement in the City of Johannesburg, and appreciate the appointment of the ED in our committee. I must indicate, Speaker, that as a young person in the City of Johannesburg and as a council representing my constituency,
Can we give him a roving mic, please?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I think, Speaker, I must start from the beginning. I have 11 minutes, Speaker. Speaker, let me greet the Chief Whip of Councillors Tembiso Zungu, the Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Tapelo Kwamanda.
Tabelo Kwamanda.
Tabelo Kwamanda. Hey, the problem is you. Oh, Tabelo Kwamanda, man. Hey, you know, my friend today, I miss him. Speaker, let me greet the ANC Leader of Caucus, Councillor Sillo Dada Enoch Morero, members of the Mayoral Committee, councillors of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Speaker, let me congratulate Councillor Mlungisi Mabaso on being appointed the new MMC for Human Settlement in the city of Johannesburg and appreciate the appointment of the ED in our committee. I must indicate, Speaker, that as a young person in the city of Johannesburg and as a councillor representing my constituency, I almost lose hope in my dream. Madam Speaker, I dream of the realization of the unity of council, whereby its members combine in their effort to solve the problems facing the city of Johannesburg and its residents. I once thought that this might be a difficult dream to come true. However, Speaker, there was a phrase that I learned on the 23 June 2023 that says, and I quote, "Making the impossible possible." Fast forward to that, a year later on the 25 July 2024, I witnessed the impossible becoming possible when council, irrespective of political affiliation, combining in their efforts to solve the problems facing the city of Johannesburg and its residents by approving the loan together as one. I then realized that my dream has come true. There is hope, Speaker, in the city of Johannesburg. Tsepo Itein, Speaker, Johannesburg. Speaker, as a council sitting on Section 79 Committee Development, what we have seen during our oversight on the swimming pools within the city of Johannesburg is very depressing, and I want to put it to the MMC, Councillor Magwenju, that some of us won't be pleased to see the department collapsing in our presence. I therefore call upon the committee to ensure that they work together towards making sure that the department fulfill its mandate. Speaker, as the ANC, we note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Molefe. MMC Magwenju.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor. Greetings to the Chief Whip, and greetings all councillors. Speaker, as much as the item is not talking about ComDev, but I think I must touch on it a bit. Yes, it's true. In terms of the swimming pools, they are not in a good state. And Speaker, we are currently busy. We're in the final stages now of the repairs and maintenance panel that will assist us in ensuring that those swimming pools are up to date. So as such that on the 1st of September, we'll be able to then open most of those swimming pools. Speaker, as some of you might be aware, there's been challenges with regards to the burial site in Lenasia between the Muslims and the Hindu. We've managed, Speaker, to amicably solve the problem. It's now a thing of the past. That's one of the highlights that we have in terms of Q3. Over and above that, Speaker, the Johannesburg was confirmed as the host of the International Conference for World Aquariums and Zoo in September 2024, where the PASA conference is held at the Zoo and Military Museum. Speaker, on the conservation front, we continue to experience instances of poaching in our nature reserves. However, this is being dealt with continuously by JCPZ. Today, Speaker, is actually the World Rangers Day. And as we celebrate the World Rangers Day, we are launching an environmental enforcement unit as we speak at the Botanical Gardens. Of course, Speaker, the budget constraints and reductions have affected JCPZ but however, we are managing the situation with all the wholesale changes. On the JCT side, Speaker, it is worth noting that in Q3, JCT exceeded the CAPEX target by spending 88% against a target of 70%. 96% scorecard achieved for Q3. 0 cases of unauthorized irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. You can clap. No. With that said, Speaker, I've taken note of the other issues that were raised, and the committees know we've discussed them, and I'm sure next time there will not be issues of reports that are not approved by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. I think the park rangers is we welcome it. Definitely, it's long overdue. It should have happened long ago. Member in charge, Chair Mokome.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the centre is holding in the ComDef. MMC, you've got our assurance that all these challenges would be overcome. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I recommend that Council approves this report with the necessary amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Member in charge. Councillor Mazebuku.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I think I've already highlighted that there's actually a correction that needed to be made on the Oversight Committee meeting. And if the chairperson can actually read at least the records, please. Thanks.
Before we do that, I want to understand, is it from the committee? Because it's the committee that should be amending. Can I get, if it's from the committee? I wouldn't want members that are non-committee members to be saying yes and then it's not. ComDef committee, female Mazibuku. Is it from the committee?
Yes.
Councillor Masetla, are you from the committee?
No, Speaker, I just want to advise that those changes should have been made in the committee, not here in Council. We must not be abused like that.
That's exactly why I'm asking whether it is from the committee, so that we can get an indication it's from the committee. Councillor Female Mazibuku.
No, thank you, Chair. I don't think it was made in council, in section 79, and I'm not sure why we're doing the necessary amendments here. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor, is it Tlatla? Councillor Tlatla, I'll come this side now. Councillor Tlatla.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I'm also a member of the committee. I just wanted to confirm that indeed there was no proposal in the committee to change the recommendations. So I suggest that we proceed as planned. Thank you very much.
I think we should proceed as I'm going to give the last one to Councillor Safumba, and then we close. Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to provide clarity to the House as well as to the fellow members of the Section 79 Committee, if you look at the recommendation that is suggested in the report that came to Council, community development, I'm sure my colleague has mentioned the fact that we rejected 2 reports in the committee. Therefore, the last recommendation also recommends the committee to also accept the report from community development, which is not the case. So we wanted the recommendation on the oversight report to reflect that it's only JCT and JCPZ. So it's nothing untoward or nothing that would make this house break into pieces. So it's just that it's important to remove that part because that particular report does not form part of the quarterly reports that are being approved today, as well as the oversight report and what is being reported there.
Okay,
Thanks.
Can I just get consultation again because I was... Okay. Councillor,
Speaker, you've already taken a ruling on this matter. You were just satisfying a process. Councillor Dladla gave you a direction in terms of how we must then be able to proceed. So I think with the suggestion that Councillor Dladla was able to guide you in terms of the process that we're actually moving with is the same process that we must then be able to deal with. You were just satisfying a process. You said, I think that is the same, but you want to give it to Councillor's form, but you've taken a decision in terms of this process. So I move with that process, with that resolution, Chair. Thanks. Thanks, Speaker.
councillors, I was also just consulting with legal and the table so that we don't do things that's not right.
Veta man.
Okay, colleagues, and those in the committee, the actual recommendation says council should approve the third quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Department of Community Development and its entities. But as it stands, we don't have the report of the department, and this is what the male Masibuku wants to be removed. Apologies, but that's how I used to call them. So they want to remove the report of the department because there's only entities reports that is here. I'm reading this so that those of us who are not part of the committee understands what they want to have taken out. Yes, Councillor Mosetla.
Speaker, ordinarily and as per the rules, if you are not happy in the committee with whatever the committee members are taking as a decision, you write a minority report to come with the main report into council. That has not been done. We cannot be ambushed like that, Speaker. Please.
Okay, can we then, right, I'm not entertaining anybody any longer. Can we have the recommendations as is go through? No, Councillor. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I had my hand up way before Councillor Muslim.
Okay, let's go past that, Councillor.
Speaker, in terms of Rule 72A, you are being misled in terms of process. The process is very clear. When the report came to this House, Councillor Maziboko did inform the Chair that there is an error in the report, and that's why you asked for the amendment. In terms of the powers given to the Chairperson by this House, in terms of Rule 25, the Chairperson can make this amendment to correct a mistake in terms of the report that came here, not because it did not go to the committee. And when it goes back to committee, in terms of Rule 25(2), the condemnation then comes through. I thank you.
Chair, can you now correct? Councillor Rapadu? Because I don't think the chair heard me. Yes, Councillor Rapadu?
Madam Speaker,
please, let's not be tortured here. The committee must make a final resolution in consensus, all of them. It can't be an individual person that wants to amend and the committee doesn't know. We agree there might be an error in the report. We agree. If so, let the report be withdrawn and then be corrected at the committee level. But we can't change it here. It can't, Madam Speaker. Please, we are tortured here. We have 54 items to go. We can't be tortured like this. How, woman?
I think the torturing is much more this side than what it is on that side. It's really torturing this side more. So can we agree that we do what Councillor Rapadu has given us now, so that we take this report and then we deal with it with the committee? Please, can we do that? And can we please not do things that are not correct and come with reports that we have not discussed together? Because I know for a fact that the committee is supposed to do the changes and not individuals. If the committee doesn't know, then it can't go through. And there was lots of breaks where you could have spoken about it. I thank you. So this one, yes, Councillor Tlata, I think I've ruled now.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. You know, my suggestion on the topic is that because it cannot be a decision of an individual, we are a committee. I'm suggesting that then withdrawing the report, let's have a caucus and talk about it, because I think the problem is more on the English part of it, semantics. We will deal with the recommendation outside and see if we can find each other. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're going to break for lunch, so you can have the discussion and we'll do that when we come back. But I want to say that you've seen that health went out and they had a discussion on their item. They all went out, they had a discussion. Why could ComDev not do that? Thank you. We're breaking for lunch. It's 15 minutes over time already.
What time must we be back, Speaker?
Let us be inside. If we're not, Councillor. Councillors, are we all settled? Are we inside? We have had lunch. There's there's just one announcement or something I want to show to councillors. Someone is losing money because they are selling earrings, 25 rand, and they've lost their whole cargo. I have your cargo with me. It's green earrings. It's green earrings. So maybe it belongs to someone selling for Patriotic Alliance or someone selling for Action SA. It's green. And then you have still not claimed your watch. So these are the two things. I counted there's about 300 rand worth of cargo here. So yeah, it's with us at the table. Councillors, let's get down to today's business. Can we be seated? If you are a whip and you're walking around and you are doing the wrong thing, you should be ensuring that your caucus is sitting. I'm speaking to all the whips. I see two hands, but before the hands, I need to say something. Councillors, yesterday, Whippery agreed that they are going to club together items, and that some items we won't have people that are going to speak, and some items where you have two speakers, you said you'll only have one speaker, and some items has been withdrawn. And I think let us just go back to that quickly. I don't see the chief whip. I'll get back to the ComDef issue, but can we agree that we do it as the Whippery gave us yesterday? Do we agree? We also agreed that quarterlies there won't be a lot of speakers, and that we deal with it that way. Let me get back to ComDef first before I allow the two hands. The member in charge, can you give us what ComDef has decided as ComDef, the Section 79? I thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you once again. The committee met, Madam Speaker, and delved over the conundrum that was caused in the wording of the resolution. And we resolved as follows, Madam Speaker. It is recommended that Council approves the third quarter performance report of the Johannesburg City Theatres and the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for the period January to March 2024, noting all the observations cited in the body of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. So there we have ComDef as a committee, Section 79. Thank you so much. Are we... Okay, that's the recommendations as per the ComDef Section 79. Are we agreeing to it with the amendments? Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Councillors, we are now on item 4, and that's your performance assessment report for the Group Corporate Shared Services Department for the 2023-24 financial year for the period October to December 2020.
Sorry, apologies. Councillor Marema and then Councillor De Lange. Or are you speaking for the both of you? Councillor Marema?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Actually, you kind of disturbed my line of thinking when you outlined what the Chief Whip has proposed yesterday in terms of how we're going to handle the items. But I was of a view that if you can afford us an opportunity to really re-look into that proposal of how we should be handling other items going forward, and I'm saying that on the basis that there are certain caucuses that have asked that at 5 o'clock they want to leave, and if they do leave, we'll lose quorum. So if we can be afforded a 15 minutes, which a 5 minutes will be a whip's quick caucus quickly to look into those matters so that at least we exhaust them. And I'm saying that in the background of the statement you said that there might be an extraordinary meeting or special meeting to be called in the few days to come. But given the dynamic that we are soon going to strategic session planning on August, it might give us some problems because some quarterlies must go to the annual reports and all that. So I don't know if you're gonna grant us whips 5 minutes. After that 5 minutes, 10 minutes, they go and report back to their caucuses on the understanding of how we're going to handle these things. That's why I was raising my hand.
Thank you, Councillor Morema. It is granted and you can leave immediately with your 5 minutes and your 10 minutes. 3:45, you back. She's fine. Five minutes and then 10 minutes, na? The 10 minutes has expired. Can we get seated? I almost said over the mic. If you are a whip, there's a 2-minute break here. Watch my hand. There's a 2-minute break going this way. If you are a whip, if you are a whip, there's a 1.5 minute break now. You've lost a half a minute. Whoops, you have lost 1 and 3, you've lost 3/4 of your 2 minutes. If you are a whip, you've lost a minute. Are you a whip here? Can the whippery note that 2 minutes is gone? It's 5 to 4. Can we get seated? If you're not in your seat, get to your seat. Councillor Rapadu. I don't see your partner in crime next to you. The EFF, have we done caucused? Okay, Councillor Marema will report back to us. Can we now listen to the report back? Councillors that are strolling in, can we get to sit down? We actually waste our own time. Councillor Marema?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I will try to be brief, seeing that we are now being very economic with time. In principle, Speaker, like I've briefed you, we agree, and the caucuses respective.
We didn't go through. And I think I want to say this on record. There are some reports from some of the Section 79s that are not here, because we asked for a situation where we could have elected acting chairpersons so that those reports could have been done, and we were then shot down and said, no, we can't do that. So now we're sitting with the dilemma that some of the Section 79s could not report. I think I had an extensive discussion with Councillor Santana about that during lunch, where we wanted that, and somebody had decided and said, no, you can't do that. We were to and fro, so that's one of the things. But nevertheless, let's hear from the executive, and then we can then adopt what we are going to do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've got item 59 that we'd like to request, and it's a turnaround strategy from City Power, as well as the turnaround strategy from Joburg Water. Those are the turnaround strategies, and then the housing stock from Joshko, the property books. Those are the only ones from the executive that are time-bound.
So it's item 59 and item 60. And what's the other one? 61. Okay, so we'll deal with those. We will grant that we elevate those. And then Councillor Marema, so you want to use our day of extraordinary, which we think we would use the extraordinary just before we have our normal council meeting at the end of August.
Sorry, Speaker, I would not have been fair to indicate that this item 101, which we agreed as whip. So, and I understand that that's not an executive report, but one of the chair can actually rise and elevate that item. So if I don't speak about it, I would be disingenuous and not a fair man. But knowing myself as a fair man, I'm raising it, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so item 59, item 60, item 61, and item 101 from the legislature will be elevated. So can we start off with those and then see where we get to by 5 o'clock? Unfortunately, it's our own doings that has gotten us into where we are. Thank you. Secretary to Council.
Councillors, the item, elevated item is item 59, and that's City Power turnaround strategy.
Councillor Kukamur is the first on the speaking list.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Welcome to our guests, our esteemed guests, but most importantly, I would like to say hello, Johannesburg. 2024 has been so far a year of change, progress, development, partnership and building trust between parties, the government and the country it is meant to serve. It is therefore only fitting that we take this time to reflect on the performance of our city and its entities in order to ascertain whether or not the city is still on track to achieve its goals of delivering a safe, sustainable, smart, world-class African city. It is, however, no secret that the very phrase world-class African city has gone from being a claim to our pride in Johannesburg as being a proverbial economic bulldog in the African context, to now being used as an insult or a cry of irony by our residents as they read through the umpteenth update from an entity encouraging them to use less of their service and charging them more for it. A strategy that has undoubtedly started the beginning of the end of city power, as more and more Joburgers heed their requests by canning their services indefinitely and moving to sustainable alternatives. A business turnaround strategy for City Power has thus been long overdue as the entity continues to spiral into debt and an infrastructure crisis. The City Power turnaround strategy is not merely a document, but a blueprint for sustainable service delivery, good governance, and financial sustainability. The urgency of the strategy cannot be overstated. City Power is grappling with severe financial constraints due to escalating electricity generation expenses, frequent load shedding, inadequate revenue collection, and operational inefficiencies. Including persistently high non-technical losses, these issues threaten threaten the stability itself of City Power, jeopardizing industries and businesses and households alike. Now, Madam Speaker, I wrote quite a few key issues as to why we should be supporting this and why I would really like to implore the entire council to please support this plan. But I think, going through the plan itself would be up to each party to decide for themselves. But at the end of the day, what it comes down to is the City Power turnaround strategy represents a comprehensive, well thought out plan that addresses both the symptoms and the root causes of the challenges we face. It is strategic thrust towards ensuring sustainable service delivery, enhancing governance, and securing financial stability for Johannesburg's power infrastructure. The DA fully supports the City Power turnaround strategy, and we would like to give our thanks to the official whom, by the way, at the request of the Democratic Alliance in February, managed to put this plan together in as little as 5 months. This is a comprehensive plan that is essential for our future of Johannesburg's power infrastructure and, by extension, the economic and social well-being of our great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor M. Cook from Good.
Thank you, Speaker. Good is committed to ensuring that City Power turnaround strategy is implemented effectively, benefiting all of Johannesburg's residents. We will closely monitor budget allocations and expenditures, ensuring funds are used efficiently and transparently to address critical infrastructure needs. Regular audits of operational practices and performance metrics must be conducted to identify and rectify inefficiencies, ensuring accountability and progress. The effectiveness of partnerships with Eskom and IPPs will be continually addressed to ensure that they meet the city's energy needs and strategic goals. Contingency plans will be developed to mitigate any risks associated with these dependencies, and Good will continue to is committed to ensuring that this strategy is implemented. Well done to the team for putting it together.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mashala, Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of Action SA, Councillor Nobuhle Mthembu, the fabulous 44.
Please speak into the mic, Councillor.
The fabulous 44. Fellow councillors in the House, I rise to speak on item 59. Madam Speaker, as a party, we believe in having a modern, competitive, resilient, and decentralized energy system that provides clean, reliable, and affordable energy to all South African households, businesses, and industries. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that City Power is confronting several critical challenges that underscore the need for strategic interventions and comprehensive solutions to ensure the provision of reliable and sustainable electricity services to the residents of Johannesburg. And we do agree that it's about time that we get this entity to work for our residents. And as Action SA, we are in full support of the turnaround strategy brought forward to the House by City Power, and we hope that they will be able to implement them to address much needed change in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mashala. Councillor N. Van Dijk.
Thank you, Speaker. I withdraw my speech.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. Councillor G. Mkasi. I hope I pronounced it right. EFF.
Inkomo manana Spikara. Nipfumeleleni ni xeweta masocha ya vandla ra EFF ya 29 ehansi ka vurhangeri bya mutshamaxitulu Xibedhlele ra Serute. Ni tlhela ni xeweta vurhangeri hinkwabyo bya doroba ra Joni ehansi ka vulawuri bya meyara wa hina Kabelo Gwamanda. Ndzi rhandza nakambe ku xeweta vaaki hinkwavo va dorobankulu ra Joni. Milosa. Speaker, the right to electricity is not itself a human right contained in the Constitution. However, a lack of access to electricity can infringe on a person's other rights, like human rights. It may infringe on the person's rights to trade, access to information, healthcare, and social security. Speaker, the City of Johannesburg, through its entity City Power, have responsibility to supply residents and business with safe and reliable electricity without fail. As we aim to attract investors into our city, we need to ensure our electricity supply is maintained properly. Speaker, the City Power turnaround strategy has clearly identified some of the challenges that negatively affect electricity supply and cash flow of the entity, which include poor revenue collection, theft, and vandalism. We welcome the use of technology to address the above-mentioned issues. However, we need also to pay attention on mushroom scrapyards corner to corner which operate illegally and continue to accept the stolen city property. It must be a public information that anyone found with city stolen property will be harshly punished, both the buyer and the seller. Speaker, recently witnessed the incorrect billing of customers. Caring City, we need to avoid such with all cost. Resident must be correctly billed, not less or more. Stand-by-stand audit need to be conducted as outlined on our turnaround strategy to identify those who are using electricity without paying for it. To avoid a situation whereby electricity usage is very high but the revenue collection is low. When demand is high, the collection must be also high. Speaker, we welcome the signing of Memorandum of Understanding between City Power and ESCOM to conduct feasibility study on possible ways to transfer areas that are currently serviced by ESCOM to City Power. Areas such as Soweto, Cosmos City, Zanspruit, and Sante, which were of the view that it will increase efficiency revenue collections and service delivery. Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters, we approve the turnaround strategy as I outlined. Inkom.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor G. Mate from the ANC.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to our forefathers movement, ANC, Johannesburg Caucus Chairperson, Dada Morero, in his absentia. Greetings to our mighty Secretary, Sanko Tomisane Mtlatlaba. Mazilungi Tozabahlali. Greetings to every councillor who are representing the poorest of the poorest on the ground. Councillors who are representing voices of the voiceless on the ground. Speaker, as much we all know that service delivery is one of the fundamental elements that we need to utilize. Also, electricity is one of the elements that we need to excel all the way. And also making sure that our people, they receive a proper energy all the time. As ANC Speaker, we welcome and approve the report, that city power turnaround strategy. I thank you, submit, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Sequela. Thank you, Councillor. Apologies if I dissected the surname. Can we have the mic?
I announced the end of law reduction, but the mic was off, so I'm off record on that. Afternoon, Speaker of Council, councillors of ANC, leadership of Caucus, Executive Mayor of Council, Chair of Chairs, members of Executive, MMC, colleagues, councillors, all of them present. But I must be indicative that all speakers who have spoken on this item, there is no indication that something, in fact, all of them indicate that, in fact, we are on the right track within city power. And this turnaround strategy is, in fact, long overdue, as Councillor Kukem would have indicated earlier on. So let me thank all speakers who commented on this particular item. It's very much important, it's long overdue indeed, because you know challenges within city power. We couldn't continue to do things the way we used to do. We had to change in the manner in which you operate city power and electricity business with the city of Johannesburg, so that we move city power from what it is into becoming an energy company. Let me obviously acknowledge all the comments, and I've noted all that we have said as councillors. This financial sustainability, which is also part and parcel of the strategy, to address the non-technical and technical loss of power. I'm not sure, Councillor Kukemure, when you say that anyway, this turnaround strategy is your initiative. But regardless, let me not say much except to say that Councillor should not then note this. Thanks very much.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor's recommendation is on page 59.3. Is the item agreed? Thank you.
Councillors, item 60 is Johannesburg Water Turnaround Strategy.
Councillor R. Butkau.
Madam Speaker, regarding the turnaround strategy for Joburg Water, the self-analysis is spot on and welcome. The lack of financial control we have emphasized for years, and this has to be returned to Joburg Water with immediate effect. The added issue is that sewer charges for residential customers have to be changed to usage-related charges, same as commercial customers. The target for collection rates must be exceeded and performance incentives must be related to the entire program. The costs of the increased collection department have to be detailed, but should be covered by the increase in collections with ease. Furthermore, I must emphasize that this item should be presented to Section 79 at the upcoming strategic planning session. It must be noted that this item was tabled at the last Section 79 meeting, but not discussed nor properly presented, as it was for information only. Yet it now comes to Council with recommendations to be accepted. This unfortunately seems to indicate some sort of lack of understanding between the Section 79 and the Executive. Madam Speaker, That's all I can say at the moment, but definitely we need it urgently to come before the Section 79 for proper discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bidkow. Councillor Boer, Freedom Front Plus.
Madam Speaker. Good day, all councillors. I've never seen in my lifetime as a councillor, and it's not long, a report that is so honest and true about what is happening in our water in our city. This report is addressing all the issues that we have been speaking about for years. The increase in non-revenue water from 38% to 46%, the drop in the collection rate, the rise in the bad debts. This report is so honest, and one can ask yourself, what did we do to get into a situation where our capital investment in water, although we were knowing that our infrastructure is aging, is lower today than it was 15 years ago? Those are shocking figures, and this report really address those issues. The water that we're losing, 3.4 billion, it's 3 times more than our capex in water. The 3.4 billion is R1 billion more than the loan that we acquired last month to get our cash flow going. And this report addresses all the issues that we need to change. And I think the most important issue in this report is the independence of Johannesburg Water as an independent entity to do what it does best. Every time when there's a change in government, there's a change in the board as well. It cannot be. It cannot be. If the report says that, such as during periods where there was not a single professional engineer on the board, how can it be? How can we move forward if there's no qualified persons on the board? So I think those suggestions that have been made in this report are so recommendable, and that we have to do everything to get us implemented. We don't have time. We can generate electricity, we can buy electricity, but we cannot make water. Water is a limited resource in the city, which we have to address as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. Councillor M. Cook.
Thank you, Speaker. We could also echo what the two previous councillors have said. I think a very honest report and strategy that has been put forward. We are a little concerned that the strategy lacks adequate funding, limiting the potential to meet the capital expenditure needs. This will need to be looked at, as well as a consistent delayed service delivery agreement and poor governance structures which have hindered the entity in the past. We need to make sure that the financial constraints, that financial constraints don't delay the necessary investments in the aging infrastructure, exacerbating service delivery issues across the city. Good would like to adopt this, support this plan. However, we will continue to monitor the budget allocations and expenditures to ensure that the critical infrastructure that needs to be prioritized is prioritized. We advocate for this timely service delivery agreements and stronger governance structures. We also would like to conduct periodic audits to track the infrastructure renewal progress and address delays or any issues that might arise so that we can keep this project on track. As good, we will ensure that Joburg's water turnaround strategy leads to a tangible improvement in water and sanitation for all the residents of Johannesburg. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mashala, Action Essay.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise again to speak on item 60, Johannesburg Water Turnaround Strategy. Speaker, we approve the strategy proposed. However, we can only anticipate that they will be able to implement the strategies in due course. Issues of unsustainable water leakages due to aged infrastructure suggest the need to improve sustainable management of our water resources. This includes modernizing irrigation techniques to save water, improving water infrastructure to reduce leakage, and enhancing wastewater treatment to mitigate pollution. Let's also address the elephant in the room, Speaker, revenue collection. This, we will never get tired of mentioning MMC. MMCs for EISD and finance, we implore you to take on these government departments that owe the city millions of rands, as it doesn't help when their debt alone wipes out the asset value of the entities, which is a huge crisis. This lack of political will and agency and the long-term vision to address the matter at hand means that the entity and eventually the city will be rendered redundant. With that being said, Speaker, we do support the efforts and we will be watching to make sure that these do come to pass to benefit the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mashala. Councillor N. van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on item 60 to talk about the turnaround strategy, especially highlighting that a few years ago, Johannesburg Water highlighted very strongly that its infrastructure had been collapsing at an unprecedented rate, that very soon the entity would strongly resemble ESCOM failures, with no ability to shed water to protect its infrastructure. It's been a domino effect since then. The first domino has fallen, and we are now witnessing the collapse of our systems across the city. To our executive, as many of you already practice this preach, it should come as no surprise that cash is king and is vital to these entities. This report does not speak towards clearly funding this turnaround strategy. However, Joburg Water has highlighted a multi-pronged plan within their turnaround strategy. The first is to deal with the complete financial instability of the entity and the city. The first place that the executive will lay blame here is at the residents' feet, when it in fact largely lies with the very high non-revenue water losses across the city, which have ranked from 38% to 46% in the last year, which in part is in the customer, but is more on the ongoing bursts. This financial year, Johannesburg Water said it needed a bare minimum of 3 billion. It only received 1 billion. Surely when human rights like access to water is on the line, entities like tourism, JPC, MTC could have extensive budget cuts, and that money could rather be reallocated to service delivery. Also let the entities manage their own collections so that national and provincial government departments can also be targeted for the huge funds that they owe the city. The strategy highlights there are major issues around governance. There is a need for stronger corporate governance practices to ensure accountability, transparency, and effective oversight, meaning supply chain failures and constant board changes cannot continue to undermine the operations of the entity. A structured governance model is proposed to ensure accountability and effective implementation. The fact that this needs to be recommended by entities is madness. However, after the Mail and Guardian article on corruption in the entities by political parties, I suppose it makes sense. However, we are very happy to hear the executive is going to support this turnaround strategy and the upcoming infrastructure investment program, as these rely largely on you and the boards that you appoint that will not change or interfere in hiring and operational procedures. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned sound finances. The financial unsustainability of Johannesburg Water is driven by a combination of declining cash collections, operational inefficiencies, underinvestment in infrastructure, and governance and management issues, constraints imposed by the City of Johannesburg. Addressing these challenges requires a comprehensive turnaround strategy in the executive as well, focusing on improving cash collections, realigning responsibilities, and increasing investment, and establishing effective governance practices, or we face dry taps for decades to come. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor G. Mkasi from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me again salute the leader of the economic freedom fighters here in the city of Johannesburg, one and only Fighters Petlele Raserute, the 29 battalions of the EFF, present to the executive mayor and the members of the mayoral committee, most importantly, resident of the city of Johannesburg, receive our revolutionary greetings. We are today standing here to speak on item 60, Johannesburg Water Turnaround Strategy. Speaker, water remains the fundamental need to all living creatures. Water is life. The Water Service Act provides that everyone has a right to access. They have a right of access to basic water supply and sanitation services. Every municipality must plan in its water services development to realize these rights. The water turnaround strategy is long overdue, which was supposed to be implemented by now. As we all know that as city, we are currently facing water shortages. The expected climate change poses danger to City of Johannesburg residents and business, which will therefore have a negative impact on investment within our city. As the economic freedom fighters who appreciated the introduction of Urban Sector Development Grant, which will financially assist to realize our turnaround strategy, would like to put this clear that by the end of the financial year, all monies that will be allocated or granted for this program must be all spent. We don't want any cent returned to the Treasury. Speaker, we understand the challenges outlined in the report, which include the water losses, poor revenue collection, and infrastructure lifespan, which is left with less than 5 years. We believe that if this turnaround strategy can be implemented correctly, we can increase our revenue collection and reduce the water losses, which is already identified. We are happy that this turnaround strategy is aimed on economic empowerment through job creation and opportunities to small, medium, and macro enterprises and bring in investors. Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters, we approve this item. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor G. Mate from the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, it is my gratitude and honor to represent the voices of the voiceless, especially around Johannesburg water turnaround strategy. Speaker, our population is expanding every day, and water is essential to everyone, to every individual in this city. 3.5 billion, Speaker. We need to address the infrastructure, water bodies that has collapsed over the years. Water sanitation and conservation is vital to our resident. Speaker, as ANC, we approve the report. I thank you. I submit, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mate. MMC Squaila.
Oh, this one. No, thanks, Speaker. Once again, let me thank councillors to have participated in this item. Let me note the concern raised by Councillor Piet Gau that in these coming weeks on our strat plan, this item shall then be discussed in full. So I take note of what he said. And it's through Councillor Boer that when we were discussing the strategy, in order for us to arrive at the most substantial, in fact, sustainable outcome, is for us to be honest to the status, in fact, the condition of Johannesburg with regard to water challenges, which, in fact, amongst others, is an aging infrastructure, which you agree that, in fact, amount at some stage will contribute to water losses that we face in Johannesburg. Now, without us to revive the water network in Johannesburg, we might not be able to revive or to address the water losses, whether non-technical or technical losses. So an investment into water infrastructure should be done now. We don't have a second chance, colleagues. The backlog is way over 24 billion. Would have been generated a couple of years ago, but there is a political will from this administration to resolve those particular problems. You know that during the time of water outages in Johannesburg, whether planned or unplanned maintenance, rent water or Joburg water, thereafter we experienced a lot of pipe bursts it is because of an aged infrastructure in Johannesburg. Now, if water is back, we must then bleed in air from the pipes. And during that time, the contradiction between pipes, between water and air within the pipes, then target this very weak aged infrastructure and result into pipe bursts within Johannesburg. Then delay us in terms of bringing back the services back to the residents of Johannesburg. I think, Councillor Cook, you are correct. I think we need an adequate funding within this department. And you could clearly see from the strategy itself that it is considered. And we are correct that all water projects must be monitored within Johannesburg so that we know that at least we are able to deliver infrastructure or water to our own people in time. So all water project or renewal project must be monitored and delivered in time. Yeah, I think other were comments which you appreciate and well noted that will be considered in our way forward within the water network. It's true that, Councillor Mate, the population growth in Johannesburg is increasing all the time. So the population within the southern part of Johannesburg and north will indicate to us, in fact, if we don't invest in this infrastructure, in a couple of years to come, we won't be able to provide the service to our own people. I urge Council to note this. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC, the councillors, the recommendation is on pages, just hold on please. Is on pages 60.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
Councillors, item 61 is a request to transfer COJ housing stock from Joshco property books. Sorry.
Councillor Ntidi from the Action SA.
Ke a leboha Speaker, makhanselara kaofela ha bona, ke dumedise le setjhaba sa Johannesburg. Speaker, as Action SA, we are aware that Josco's full accreditation was suspended for failing to remove hostel stock from its social housing asset book. Speaker, this situation has a significant impact on Josco's performance, as their failure to finalize the stock transfer will prevent the national regulator from granting the 70% consolidated capital grant essential for Josco's capital projects. Speaker, Josco's non-performance not only hinders its own operations, but also affects the performance of the National Department of Human Settlements. As the core of Action SA's value system, rather at the core of Action SA's value system is a steadfast commitment to social justice. And we believe that handling and issuing title deeds is crucial for our people's realization of social justice. Speaker, in light of these considerations, it is imperative that we address Josco's compliance issues swiftly and effectively, ensuring that Josco meets the requirements of SHRA, will enable the entity to secure the necessary funding and continue advancing Action SA's commitment to social justice for all residents of the city of Johannesburg. In light of this consideration, Speaker, it will be appropriate for us as Action SA not to express our discontent at Josco's inconsistency regarding its top management. And if we are to fix this entity, we need stability and an end to the frequent changes in CEOs and COOs. Hey, music shares mo, diadlala ka mo. We therefore move that council approve the item and afford the people who have built this city the dignity, respect, and opportunity to own a home. In conclusion, Speaker, there's a very disturbing trend when coming to evictions. Apparently, from what we heard from officials, is that when the sheriff has to effect the eviction, some crooks councillors will come and prevent them from doing that. Specifically,
Councillor, can you take your seat? Councillor Chu.
Speaker, we note the passion that the councillor is noting this issue, but he can't be calling councillors crooks. Can't be. And he needs to withdraw that statement or tell us which councillor is that crook, because he can't be casting an aspersion and painting us with the same brush.
Because we're not crooks.
Yeah, maybe he was about to tell us who's that crook, but if he's not, he must withdraw.
Thank you, you've made your point. Councillor, can you please withdraw calling councillors and officials crooks? Yeah, can you withdraw that councillors are crooks and you got the information from officials? Can we withdraw that, please? Unconditionally.
Councillor Tefo nalo na rtswa hole empa he ke hula mantswe a speaker ke a leboha. So Speaker, I was about to address this issue of evictions. We were told in section 69 that councillors are interfering with evictions.
Councillors. Councillors, please.
Time up.
Where's the hand for the point of order?
Councillor, councillors.
79. It's section 79, not 69, 79. Thank you, councillor.
As far as section 79, Speaker. Now, Speaker, in conclusion, Action SA, we are appealing to Josco to as a belief toch. As a belief. This is the department that is already in ICU. MMC, ngithembele kuwe. Masifixe le ndaba. Ngiyabonga.
Councillor Strike Rambani from the DA.
Ndikolivuwa mlangadzulo nedorobo mirato ya nedorobo ba duravidulo bote ba kansela bote ndima tabama mlangadzulo I rise to speak on item 61, the request to transfer COJ housing stock from Josco books to Department of Human Settlement. The Democratic Alliance is happy that finally the stock that were used as portfolio in 2005 when Josco was established as an entity will now be taken back to the department. Those stocks were non-performing at Josco due to the deed of sales and transferring processes underway. Those portfolios are not social housing but rental stocks that belong to the Department of Human Settlement. The Democratic Alliance has over the years been calling for those portfolios to be transferred back to human settlement because JOSCO is a social housing institution that is accredited by the Social Housing Regulatory Authority. For JOSCO to maintain its accreditation status, it must meet regulator standards that include rental collection between 90% and to 95%. Tenant management with updated lease agreement after every 2 years. Property management with maintenance plan in place. Provide facility management services for social housing stock. JOSCO full accreditation was suspended due to failure to remove hostel stock from its social housing stocks. Speaker, failure to approve this item will lead to the regulator not granting JOSCO the 70% consolidated capital grants of its capital projects, and the non-compliance has a huge impact on the National Department of Human Settlement performance. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance welcomed the legal investigation and opinion conducted by finger attorneys, which has highlighted concern raised by tenants, refusal to pay rent, promises by politicians without understanding legal implications on social housing and human settlement. The DA call on all public reps to familiarize themselves with the laws that govern social housing and human settlement to avoid future problems raised in this report. The DA calls on for a public awareness campaign to be conducted in all the human settlement and JOSCO tenants to avoid disputes highlighted in the legal opinion attached. It is clear by the finger report that even previous mayors such as Masondo, Tau, Mashava, and Makubo too fell foul of promising things when they clearly didn't fully understand the laws that govern social housing and human settlement. But with learning from the past mistake, we are recommending the above. With that recommendation, the DA approves this item. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rambane. Councillor Nemba from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good afternoon to the Executive Mayor. Good afternoon to the EFF caucus leader, Spetlele, and my chief whip behind me, and fellow councillors. I just want to congratulate the new MMC of Human Settlement, Babu Mabaso, for his newly appointment. Mr. Mabaso, Councillor Mabaso, I don't know whether allow me to steal this opportunity to raise an issue that we've been talking about in Section 9 committee. I so wish that Section 79 committee, Section 79 committee, Section 79 committee. I know it might be irrelevant to raise it here, but I trust you, MMC, that you are going to make it a point that you meet with JPC and talk about the issue of land audit. We've been talking about this issue of land audit for the past 12 months, if I'm not mistaken. So we trust you that you'll make it a point that that audit report is available in our next Section 79 committee meeting. Speaker, we as the EFF, we approve and support this report. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Councillor B. Tlamini from the ANC.
Speaker, please allow Councillor Mahona to represent us on this item, please.
Okay.
Greetings to you, Speaker of Council, Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Kabele Gwamanda. Greetings to our leader of the ANC caucus, Dada Silo Morero in absentia, Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu Manzini, all MMMC and my fellow councillor. And also we welcome you, Mlungisi Mabaso, come and join us. Speaker, as we commemorate the Nelson Mandela International Day, we must not only do it on the 18th July, but on the daily basis as councillor of the city. And always remember that it is still in our hands to fight poverty and inequity by providing shelter to everyone. Speaker, because it was not George Co's responsibility to take these hostels and family unit. This family we are supposed to get tackled, they are supposed to get tackled it. Madam Speaker, as ANC we note item 61 and its recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Mabaso.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker, and greetings to yourself, the Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, and colleagues and guests at the gallery. Speaker, let me first appreciate that all caucuses understand the imperatives of this process. Yes, of course, it will affect the entity's ranking with the institution, but it's a necessary exercise. And I think all councillors that have debated in this item, they have alluded to the challenges that the entity has encountered because of these properties having to be within the property books of George Co. There are commitments which were made by former mayors in the city which had affected the collection performance of the entity, of which I think with this exercise, all those commitments will be attended to, and it will be easy to address them once these properties have been moved from George Co to the Department of Human Settlements. So we appreciate this moment and this opportunity that the council now has in fact taken a decision to transfer these properties to where they actually belong. I think, Speaker, the last two issues that I want to touch on is the instability that have been raised within the entity, that we will attend to that so that we are able to bring back the stability in the management of the entity. And we will also engage with the MMC of Economic Development, for the land audit report to be made available, depending on whether it does exist within the department or not. But I appreciate this moment, Speaker, and I will really ask this council to approve this report so that the entity is compliant with STRA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mabaso. The councillors' recommendations are on page 61.4. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, we resume to item 4, and that's the performance assessment report. Oh, sorry.
Okay, councillors, okay.
Oh, sorry, councillors, we are on item 101. Apologies. And those are changes in membership of various Section 79 committees.
Thank you, councillors. And the first speaker is Councillor T. Mohape from the EFF.
No change, Speaker, thank you.
Okay. And then we also have Councillor Lebatlang from Action SA.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, I think we're not going to have a speech. We just want to note the changes from Action SA. Thanks.
We have Councillor B. Dame.
Thank you, Speaker. We also note NC changes in the Section 79 committees.
Thank you. Chief Whip, Councillor Nzungu.
Thank you, Speaker. Critics to yourself and critics to councillors. Speaker, I rise to request council to note the changes. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendations is on page 101.2. Is the item agreed to? Councillors, Councillor Safumba.
I'm sorry, and thank you, Chair. Chair, I've noticed a whole lot of us making mistakes. Case in point, there's now Section 6 or Section 69, and our newly appointed Secretary to Council, Ubaizile naye ngama item. Speaker, all of these mistakes are made because you removed the coffee station. Now, it's 5 o'clock after lunch and the coffee station was removed before lunch. We are not saying bring back the coffee and all the other things that goes with coffee. Even if we can have just boiled water, then we'll provide for ourselves. I'm not only saying that, based on that, we also have councillors who have health issues and they require, hot stuff half of the time. So we'll really appreciate it if you can, not hot stuff as in alcohol, get your minds off the gutter.
Councillor Safumba, you are out of order.
No.
Councillor Safumba, can you be seated? You are out of order. Those councillors that don't know whether it's Section 79 or Section 6, they must get themselves acquainted, because councillors don't read. Councillors don't read. It's a fact. It's a fact they don't read. 99% don't read. No, you go to Section 69, we don't have 69. Councillors, it is 5 to 5. We have now arrived at the point where we said we are only carrying on until 5, and we'll take all the items to the extraordinary council meeting. We will then be sending you the invitation for the extraordinary council meeting. And those that are having strat plans, good luck with your strat plans. And yeah, we have come to the end of our council meeting. Thank you.